Good evening everyone and welcome to Monza, where we drive this very nice Isota Francini. I don't know how exactly to spell that Fraschini thing. I think it's just Fraschini, but every time I try to spell it, it's Isota Francini. Just feels more fluent. Anyway, hi Mario, did I get any further with those logs and dump files? Well, kind of. So I got the mini dump file from Windows, and I saw that, well, there was one cause for it, like, I mean, not sure if it's cause, but it was calling for, like, or blaming some USB driver or something, like CH341 something. And that's supposedly like some USB driver that has something to do with some Arduinos or something like that. So, I don't know. At the same time, it could be like a power supply issue which couldn't handle a spike, and it crashed because some USB driver was not getting enough power for its device. So who knows? I hope we survive today. At least we will do more of shorter races. This special event is only 40 minutes, so even if we crash, there is soon another race. But, well, I did reduce a little bit of graphics. I mean, they were quite low already in LMU, but I decreased them further. Actually, I am yet to... No. Am I yet to close down Discord? No, Discord is off. Alright. And, well, that's for extra 2% of CPU. And I removed like, 2 USB devices that I wasn't really using. Like, I had a button box here, I moved all the button assignments to my Stream Deck. So that's hopefully gonna help a little bit, but I'll be ordering a new power supply soon anyway. Meanwhile, we have to leave the server and join the official one. Hi Winnie, if the IF cannot be tamed. Yeah, well... Well, is that a double negative, or whatever it's called? Yeah, I hoped, or like, I planned to explain a little bit about this car. So, like, after this 40-minute race, there is a little bit of a break, and I will try to quickly explain one or two things, if I'm not done explaining them all during the driving anyway. Hi, Colin. Yeah, Mario, I downloaded 2 programs. One is what is it called? Something with for GPU testing, and then I downloaded Prime 95, which is for CPU testing, and I ran them both. So CPU was fully loaded, GPU was kind of fully loaded, and then I launched LMU with full grid and everything like that. It was crazy, but it was just like, yeah, maximum usage of every core in the CPU, and also GPU was more or less maxed out, and it was still kind of working smooth. I was quite surprised to see how well it works. I could drive with like 70 FPS and it was Monza, 40 cars around me, evening, rain, everything, and 2 like stress testing softwares running in the background, and it didn't crash. Everything was good. And then the PC technician that I talk about sometimes, that I talk to sometimes, told me that tells him that it's most likely power supply indeed. And I don't really understand, but yeah, I don't know. Hi, Jose. Anyway, after all this stress testing, the temperatures were still not exceeding the temperatures that I get when just driving LMU, so I mean it feels like the PC is perfectly fine until once per month it's not fine. So then good luck finding the issue. But yeah, like I have 750 watt power supply, and that's basically minimum that one can have for 3080 RTX with a decent CPU, so I will update or upgrade that one in the next week or two, just in case, and then see how things go forward. Anyway, here we have the Isota Fraschini. Isota Fraschini. It's difficult because I only learned, well, English and German in schools, and well, in German the SCH just is read as sh, and then in Italian it's not like that, and it's even more confusing. So let's find a good braking spot. It's a bit of a lockup initially, but I think the braking point is just after 150-meter board. And the track temp is crazy high, 53.7. I saw some people running hards on the front, but I'm quite confused because this car is so tail happy that the rears were more than the fronts. Although I did do some like completely outside of the box thinking and kind of managed to stabilize the car. But it is such a weird car. The rear spring rate minimum is like 1000 and a bit, and the front spring rate maximum is 800, so maximum front is less than minimum rear. And then even with maximum front anti-roll bar and detached rear anti-roll bar, the front still rolls more than the rear, and that's not good on racing cars because, well, you don't get any rear stability. Normally on a racing car, if you have the same roll on the front and on the rear, you will have quite a snappy car. Okay, 10-minute quali session. Let's see how fast we can go. Let's see if my frame rate is a bit better than 40 mile and went to quali 130, 140. Now we jump to 240. Wow. 220. As if there was some object at 800 FPS. Enzaru, am I playing low in graphics? Yes, I reduced the texture detail and the filter and the MSAA and the aliasing a little bit, because I noticed that well, it did impact the frame rate in some cases, even though I'm mostly limited by CPU. So apologies if it looks worse on the stream than it did normally, but I don't think it's that bad. But yeah, I'm just trying to unload the system as much as possible while still having decent frame rate, just to avoid any potential power spikes or to limit them, so in case there is actually some power supply issue that I don't get extra crashes. Hi Hiyori, thank you for the greetings from the Dominican Republic. As we are starting the first lap, the tires are still cold. It's more than good enough. Alright. I mean, I can see a bit more like blurry lines and stuff, but it's alright. I'm afraid to go on the throttle, even though I reduced the max braking power to like 85%. I just get constant feeling that it's gonna lock up, and sometimes it indeed does. The balance is so weird. I have kind of forced the front to lose a little bit of grip in corners, but the rear is still sliding. It just feels like this car has infinite rotation coming from the rear. It's so stiff. Hello, Sadi. It's struggling for the traction. 34.7, so I think we are looking for like mid 34 to be the pole position, maybe low 34. So much locking up, and I was gentle on the brakes. Wrong, wrong angle. That anti-cut at turn 3 is really good. If you hit it in some angle, it's like it wasn't there. You just gain so much, like you can carry so much more speed through there. But I think I was too early. Like you need to brake in a straight line and then turn in and go for late apex and then take the anti-cut. And in the second part of the second chicane, I guess fully avoided. I see I have 2 liters, no, two more laps of fuel remaining. I should have fueled up a little bit more. I'm super gentle on brakes, but both front and rear just keep locking up. Hi Domi, I'm pushing. You know what? Escape. Return to garage, take new tires. And we will have 2 more attempts. Or even 3. Still on the pole. But it's very close. Look at those gaps. In there. Crazy close. So, well, about taming this beastly hypercar. It's kind of funny because you cannot really do much setup-wise on low downforce track. I mean, you go obviously for rear wing 1 for the top speed, but then you notice that whatever you do on the rear, it's just gonna keep rotating, so you just keep decreasing right height, you keep decreasing rear anti-roll bar, softest springs, detaching the third spring, and it's still like The ride height is still quite high. So yeah, there is not much of playroom, you just need to make everything lowest and softest and use a bit of rear third packer to maintain the straight line ride height. Well, Ensaru depends on what monitor you have. But, well, I have ultra wide with 1080p. And when I'm alone on the server or offline, I can get like up to 400 frames per second, but if like in the graphically difficult conditions I get like 100, sometimes even 90. But I have 12,600K and 3080 RTX. Well, I mean, your frames per second makes sense, to be honest. I think the high graphics details can take a lot of frames per second away. Well, not great, but still green on the delta. Polesny stole the pole position away. Well, Ensaru, I think, check the post-processing, put that to low. On visible vehicles, maximum like 13. I think those affect stuff most. Is that gonna be enough? Back to P1, but one more lap to go. I need to improve for sure. And I should have quite some more grip than previous lap, because the tires have heated up. Or heated up. Yeah, that's the line. Beautiful. Look at the delta. Come on, one more corner. Fedorchenko stole it away, but I get it back. Nice! 3 purple sectors. I think I could go even faster, but I didn't dare pushing in the second half of the lap because first 2 chicanes were just nice. But let's see, Polesny still on a lap. But not improving. Malich has cut. Okay. And my fuel consumption or energy, so ratio is gonna be 0.8. I'm just gonna take extra fuel just in case for the race. It doesn't go above 90 anyway. Alright. Okay. I did maybe miss a little bit of some apexes at Ascari, and at Parabolic I was maybe a couple of centimeters away, but I just tried to carry the speed and finish the lap without any drama. Those gaps are broken. Ah, it's already going to the race session. Okay. So Enzaru, I think, what was it? The bottom half of the graphics settings, I think I just have them all on lowest. Like special effects, shadows, shadow blur, environment reflections. Like I just make them go as slow as they can. And then make sure to see how much of video memory, like VRAM, how much of that you have. If you're maxing out there, you can see like in Task Manager, if you're maxing out on VRAM, then you might have to decrease the texture details, so it just loads smaller textures. Hello, Courtney. I'm using, this one is the Logitech StreamCam. This one is Elgato StreamCam Pro, I think. Yeah, this one is quite good. I think it's quite, what was it? Quite expensive, 300 or almost 400 euros. Uh-oh. Found the bug. Return to garage. Go back again. Okay. Yeah, there is a bug that is known bug. The UI kind of stays on. I saw Alex Kai streaming this morning and he had this bug, and then he had like some penalty or couldn't even take the start normally. Anyway. Maximum motor map, not to get issues into turn 1. Maybe warm up the brakes a bit. And it's gonna be a 40-minute race, and it might need just marginal fuel saving, but probably not. Should be easy 40 minutes. Oh, Jack has slept. I see carnage behind. Oh no. 5 wide or something. Yep. I'll brake, not to get penalty. Yeah, he's gonna go 3 wide, of course. Why not? Well, I saw my rear wing flying, so I just went back on power. Maybe one more cut. It's green. Okay. Okay. All good. Back into the podium. Just Monza things. I've seen a recording from a start from earlier special event when the whole grid went through Monza turn 1 and 2 without any serious incident. Well, we didn't manage to do that now. Let's reduce. Wait, it's here. I have a bit of damage, but it shouldn't be too crazy as long as there is no suspension damage. Cold tires. Daniele has crashed, I think. Well, just after start I saw like people being 10 wide behind me, and then I just knew that I might have to go that I might have to go back on throttle instead of making the turn 1 apex. Oof. Fedorchenko is struggling. Well, he has not tamed the Isota yet. But Volker has pulled quite a gap. But I should have some pace to close it down. I keep using fourth gear through here even though power is a bit low in fourth. But rear just keeps sliding, there is so much rotation that even if I could put down the power, I cannot because the rear just doesn't have any lateral support. Oh, it's a bit deep. Oopsala. Second gear, uh-oh. I thought I was in first. Well, not even a cut, so all good. And Hamza has crashed out completely. It looks like he was like second row or third row on the grid. I need a higher setting on my fan. The wear is quite balanced. Volker locking up as well. And I wonder why that is the case. I mean, we are properly sitting on the bump rubbers, like on the packers on the front, so that doesn't help with having a bump in the middle of braking zone, but still. Why was it calculating track limit? I was not even close to any white line. That was a nice lap. That should be fast enough for P1 in the leaderboard. 0.4. But yeah, the pace is there. So the advantage that I had in quali has translated to the race. Now let's see if I have a significant top speed advantage. In the testing I had like 308, 309 towards turn 1, and at some point I just clicked the front suspension a bit higher up and harder and gained like 6 kph and I got scared. Yeah, it's going 315, 316. So there is quite a lot of bottoming and quite a lot of speed to be gained. Can I see the left mirror? Nope. Oh, hi Herman. Yeah, well, I mean, I saw my fate, but luckily everything was just happening so slowly that I had actually time to go back on throttle and abandon the thought of actually making the corner. So loose rear. I mean, it's not loose, it's just like super stiff. It's kind of, I don't know, kind of if there was not even suspension, as if it was running on the bump rubbers all the time. But it's not. And the TC is cutting a lot to prevent any further slipping. Ah, we have poor Alexei ahead of us, but a lap down. He got collected as well. Yeah, I wonder what happened, like, it was just so slow, such a slow incident into T1. I don't really have an advantage in Lesmos, but maybe it's because I have taken away so much grip from the front tires just to make the car stable. Yeah, Volker gains a little bit through Ascari as well. Maybe this is a chance, but maybe Alexei tries to race with us. Well, Alexei had the pace in quali to compete. So I understand him perfectly. But Volker will be unhappy with the blue flags. And apologies for inconsistent use of names and surnames. Fedorchenko and Volker. There you go. Yeah, Alexei is trying to race with us, for sure. Ay, ay, ay. Oh no, he's defending. I mean, there are no rules, right? He will not get the black flagged. Yeah, Michael is already unhappy in the chat. And he lets us go. Probably a good decision. I mean, in that case, I guess it's best if you want to still race with the people, but you are a lap down. It's best to let them go if you feel like you're even costing them a tenth per lap, and then just stay behind them in a train. And then if you figure out you have a lot of pace advantage, then go for overtake. But if you actually have pace advantage, then you will just pull away anyway. Maybe I have a click too much of front packers. Volker is using third gear, I can hear, but he's not really gaining anything on the exit. If I broke 10 centimeters later, I would have locked up and went into him. Feels like this second chicane is my best corner. A stone's throw away. Well, I could throw a stone over Michael's car ahead for sure. But I will need to be brave into turn 1 on the brakes. Yeah, Michael, exactly, so... Well, now I went into third gear, but I needed a bit of more rotation in dirty air. Yeah, I'm using front corner packers to stabilize the exit. So let's go, slipstream. Around the outside, let's put power down, and let's see if we have to defend into second chicane. I think I should be safe. Alright, back into the lead. It feels so good when you are trying to go around the outside and then you brake, and during the braking zone you figure out that you actually have better performance on the brakes and better grip, so that the car on the inside cannot just run you off track because you are actually ahead with half a car. Very risky loose though. Oof, alright, well, now I have to pull away. DC still working overtime. It's fun to watch this graph, like, if you see those notches, that's DC working. Well, thank you chat. think there is just no rubber on the inside. So if Volker wanted to outbrake me, he would just lock up. So he had to brake a bit earlier. And then the beautiful feature of a chicane is that if you're on the outside for the first apex, you will be on the inside for the second apex. Tires are still quite beautiful. Track limits. Was that on the first apex? Quite surprised. Hi Marius, kind of, but not really. So I got the mini dump file from the Windows, and it blamed some USB driver that's kind of linked with Arduino. And well, I mean, I have some sim equipment that uses kind of stuff like that. But then you can never know. If it's actually power supply issue, it could just like cut out power, and the first device to struggle with it is then like an USB device. And then Windows thinks that crashed the PC, but it was actually just the power supply. But yeah, again, for the time being, I just reduced my details a little bit in game to release a bit of GPU power draw. Because, well, I did see it being kind of in several indicators kind of maxed out, despite CPU being the main limiting factor, and also the video RAM was almost 100% in some cases. And I will be ordering a new power supply, going from 750 watts to 1000 watts. And then let's see what happens. The rear is a bit tricky. Well, Volker is staying with me, although I'm well, half a second of pace. Yeah, I mean, again, if you have a PC issue once per month, you just don't get enough data to really be able to diagnose anything. It's not replicable. And again, I did like a huge stress test, running stress programs both for GPU and CPU at the same time. And when they both were running, as I said before, I launched Le Mans Ultimate with full grid in the rain and drove that, and it worked. It was stable. It was not even slow, like I could click around, I could switch windows. Even when the CPU was fully loaded on all cores. I mean, it's a good CPU, right? Even though it's, well, not that great compared to the newest CPUs, but well, 12,600K. It still works. So yeah, I mean, I did unplug two USB devices just in case, like two USB devices that I was not needing, on a very old button box that was sometimes disconnecting itself, and another one, and I have Discord closed because Discord sometimes uses up to 5% CPU on its own. And I did reduce the graphics details a little bit further, so So now, well, I mean, I have 170 frames per second, which is alright. I mean, they are unlimited, right? So they are still using all the performance that the PC can allow. But yeah, let's see. Maybe it just doesn't happen again. But when I get the new power supply and mount it, if it happens again then well, we try to find new data in the crash logs. More cuts in the first Apex there. And it was funny because the CPU is boosting so hard. Like the hardware monitor was telling me that it's using 120%. I'm afraid this guy is gonna like lift when I'm on his rear. Okay. You. So then, yeah, I mean, GPU is using 340 watts, and hardware monitor was reckoning that CPU altogether at max boost used like 250, if I read that correctly. So that's already above 600, or like around 600. And then there is 10 USB devices, and SSD and stuff like that, and the RAM. So I can easily imagine there is like a spike that requires, I don't know, 760 watts at some point, but PSU is Corsair 750. So hopefully it's that, but let's see. Ah, Volker has skipped the chicane. Let's see if we get 25 or 26 laps. I think it's gonna be borderline. Understeer. But I think in all cases my virtual energy and the fuel should be sufficient. Yeah, all the rotation is just coming from the rear. All that you do with this car is just try to make the rotation, go on throttle, and then point the car into the correct direction by managing the rear slip. Just kind of half counter steering or neutral steering on the exit, not having any load on the front. A bit too much wheel spin. Jack says this has been a boring Half hour of understeer. Where did he manage to find understeer in this? I'm really like, how can you make this car to understeer? I would like to know. Hi, Griggly. Keep having these micro lockups. It's a 4-star car. Oh yes. But the grip levels for sure have gone down. Yeah, Griggly, I think at Kota what saved this car was the rear wing. But here you have to run rear wing 1, and then it's so difficult. Uh-oh. I have grip. Gonna take the cut. No cut, nice. How is that not a cut? I gained time. Maybe. But it's so difficult to get neutral balance with this car. Yo-yo, yes, indeed. If you had micro lockups like this in iRacing, I don't know, like, if the lockup physics was from iRacing in this, I would have to keep brake pressure, I don't know, max 30%. But intriguingly, Volker and Malich are kind of closing in on me. As if they had less tire wear. But my tire wear is kind of fine. But well, I didn't have a good chicane for quite some laps. I mean, with these lockups in iRacing, you would be going straight in every braking zone. But this car is really made to be on the limit with how stiff the rear is. And then if you manage to extract some neutral balance out of it, it becomes really good fun. Too early on brakes, I actually have quite some grip still. But Malich with 0.799, he still has crazy pace. Too much of the sausage. Well, luckily I have Walker behind me. If Malik actually has 3 tents on both of us, then good to have a buffer. Thank you. Sometimes with some hypercars, if you just touch those sausages a little bit, it completely destroys your balance and sends you into a huge jump or a huge understeer. With this car, it's different for whatever reason. It feels good to like just touch them a little bit, or for the first anti-cut in the second chicane you can kind of run across the whole of it, but not beyond it. Hi Ave, what's my favorite hypercar? Difficult. I have 2. But both of them have some issues that I don't really like about them. Like, one is the LMH, well, from LMH group it's the Peugeot, the new one, 24. And from LMDH group it's BMW. But the BMW has the issue that the braking is bad. You are locking up so much if you apply any brake when going trail braking. So it's not easy, but other than that it's very nice. And it has good top speed, good acceleration. That makes it quite a nice race car. But the Peugeot is even more drivable, better on brakes, but lacks a little bit of power. It's still good at Le Mans, I think, but it's good on the rear wing 1. And yeah, I have no idea where I have found the 35.5 pace last lap. It's gonna be back to 36.0 now, even 36.1. I think it was just the perfect second chicane. Hi, Ked. Yes, yeah. I don't know what to say. It's not for anyone. No, wait, what's the phrase? Not for everyone. It's not for everyone. Understeer. I will quickly show you in Motec what I mean after the race. It feels like they kind of did some mistakes. Maybe the car is like that in real life, but maybe the tires in real life work differently. But usually the front is stiffer than the rear in a race car. Here it's the other way around. And then if you have a lot of rear wing, that's fine. But well, here we don't have a lot of rear wing. So 1 lap to go. We did lose a lot of time. I think the cutoff was 1:36.0. If we were on average faster than that, which is absolutely possible, we would be doing 26 laps. But we had the incident at turn 1, then we had some battles, and then the pace kind of dropped a little bit, so the average was quite slower. I mean, driving this now, like, the balance is fine. It's not easy, but it's fine. But behind that there is a lot of, well, engineering going on to make it like that. Just abusing the stiffness on the front, using the packers to remove the grip, and running a lot of TC to avoid any further rear snapping. Anyway, we crossed the line with a 35.7 and take the checkered flag. Yeah, the fuel is not even close, even if it was extra lap. Alright. Well, I mean, it was not a lot of setup work, it was just the correct setup work. Although I don't know if that would work for esports, because I literally just took away a lot of front grip to make it drivable. So we have 30 minutes till the next race, so let's quickly check the start, and then I'm gonna quickly show something in Motec. So we are going... Wait. Yes. That was completely on Belhassana. Well, not just on him, but okay. Well, first let's say Mr. Hamza. Like, breaking point on hot tires with everything warm up on full speed is like just before 150. Normally, I mean, yeah, here you're running quite a lot less top speed because it's a race start, but brakes are kind of cold, tires are cold, there is a lot less grip, you're on the inside, there is cars around you. So why not just brake at the latest possible place or even later? He literally hit everyone around. Yeah, he turned into... who is this? Alexei. He turned into Alexei. He bumped Jack. He bumped Polesny. Ah, then he bumped me because of the... Yeah. Wait, what? What? He broke so early. Ah. But I don't quite understand this. I really don't understand. Like, he braked early. It was spot on. But I think because Hamza broke too late, he thought that, well, he's gonna open the gap a bit, so he went straight back on throttle for a moment, not to lose the ground. But, well, Apex is there, so here you need to be a lot slower than 200. So he's just... and then poor Alexei actually didn't lose the rear wing, but got pushed into Belhassane but then lost. And then I got a bit of a bonk myself. A bit of the kinetic energy. But look at that netcode. Like, you have to appreciate it, you know. Look where the crash happens. Like, that's maybe a couple of centimeters. It's insane how accurate this netcode is. It's absolutely insane, unthinkable how good of a job it's doing. And it's transferring like exactly the correct or like the expected energy into my car. In any other sim, apart from R Factor 2, I would be probably, I don't know, in those trees there, or I don't know, on my roof somewhere. Or just spun around, yes, kid. So luckily I went back on throttle after having a quick chat with my rear view mirror, and then got the scary red message that a penalty is coming. And then it went orange, and it went yellow, and it went green. And then we have Alessandro. When you no longer go for a gap that yeah, I mean like, I mean, yeah, there is a gap, but it's not really like. I mean, you kind of have to have a little bit of online sim racing experience to be able to see here that this is not a gap to go for. Because, well, the corner is ending, I'm gonna turn a bit more right. Polesny is, well, on a diagonal line. And obviously both of us will be reluctant to give extra space. I mean, I cannot make extra space anyway because I'm on the grass, basically. But he bumps Polesny and still stays flat a little bit. But I understand why he thought that, why he thinks that's a good idea. But with a little bit of experience, you just realize that going for gaps like this will just not be great for you. And then I didn't make the corner. Malik was so much struggling at the start, but in the end he was so fast. Oh, hi Michael. Not much, like I had body damage, but I didn't have suspension damage. Then I'm just trying to see what Fedorchenko was doing, because he really had problems with his balance. But yeah, you see, this is the Isota Hypercar for you. Like, here you turn in, it just like boom, just pendulums around you. Like going here, and then you turn in, and the rear instantly steps out, despite Alexei is not really fully, like, he's just barely loading up the front tires. The rear is just dancing around. And then you're like trying to keep the rear wheel spin and slip angle checked. And we have a server shutting down. But I mean, I have watched it all anyway. So let's quickly check the DR, and then maybe a little bit of Motec. I promised a Motec log. 16% of damage. Wait, how do you get the percents? Daniele, 107 seconds. Oh, poor man. You mean 16% is in Tiny Pedal plugin? Yeah, I have turned off those percents because I'm not trusting them at all. Well, let's turn the music on and hope that it makes this freeze undo itself. But yeah, next race in 20 minutes, and a bit of Motec in the meanwhile. So let me... Actually, you know what? This is Alt F4 moment. And now, yeah, Voita, that Hamza moment was weird, but well, it was not just Hamza, it was the other guy behind as well. But it's a I don't know why people keep doing it. It's just like the most meme thing ever that everyone knows about Monza turn 1. It's as if they wanted to crash. They know that they have to brake slightly earlier, just in case. But no. 120 meters, even though they should brake at 150 or 140. Anyway, Michael, it was good pace from you. Nice racing there. DR. I wanted to check the DR. Profile. And history. It's special event, so I should gain quite a bit, right? Hopefully. Alright. I mean, it wasn't that long of a race. When did they have a contact with Ingmar? That was the lapped car. Did they have a contact with him? This one, oh, that was the... Ah, yeah, that was the third... well, Curva Grande at lap 1. When he tried to squeeze in between. Yeah, I remember. Right. Well, Daniela, you kept going. That's commendable effort. 2 laps down. And yeah, well, Hamza and Akim, the first one to crash out to DNF, as if they wanted it. I don't really understand. I don't have any other explanation for what they did. Like, Hamza is fast, he knows what he's doing, but I don't know. Anyway, am I looking to introduction to GT3s? Yes, for sure. I'm definitely more into hypercars. But overall, the GT3s are... I mean, they are alright. But just like... I'm really looking forward to them just for the overall picture of Le Mans Ultimate, because it will bring a lot of people in. And they will be trying them out and they will love it or love them, and they will maybe the player base doubles or something. I just hope they keep improving the tire model so that people actually really stay in there because of how great it is and how better it is in compared to any other sim. Because hypercars are difficult, like it's not easy to drive any of them. Requires a bit of setup work and requires like great feeling. Coming from RF2 into hypercars on LMU is quite a struggle. Suddenly you really have to pay all the attention to not overslip the tires. Maybe ACC guys and even iRacing people would have it easier to make the transmission. Because if you drive these cars like in iRacing, it's gonna be fine. Maybe you will lack a little bit of pace at the start because you can extract a bit more. You can go deeper into the tire in the corner. And as long as you're not over pushing it, it's alright. Okay, Daniela. Well, I did a little bit of practice or like setup prep. I needed to do the clicks because the setup is so tricky. Anyway, what I wanted to show you here. Let me again go into here and do a little bit of zoom. Much. And let's go to one thing that I wanted to show is the chassis. So there is this thing called body roll. I don't know if you can see it. I'm gonna... Where are you? Ah. So you have this number here, 0.77. Maybe I can stretch it to get info from the whole race. So this is the roll ratio between the rear suspension angle and the front suspension angle. Come on, why are you doing this? And let me not forget about the chat. Mr. R, I guess you were the one that PC froze. You were the one in like into turn 1 that went back on throttle, right? Well, if there is a PC issue, obviously you cannot do much about it. Void, I didn't have any steering damage. It was just suspension, not suspension, just bodywork damage. So it was drivable. I didn't really have any damage, to be honest. Well, no worries. It was a bit of a too tricky turn 1 with more than one car causing crashing and so on. But well, I mean, my eyes were on the mirror, so I went back on throttle and avoided most of the carnage. But yeah, well, I hope you managed to fix your PC issues and have some more luck in the next races. So what I wanted to show you, so this is the ratio of the front to rear roll. It's around 0.76. In most cars that we normally drive, it's between like, I don't know, 1 and 1.8. In LMU, normally what I find is well balanced. It's like 1.1 to 1.2. On some cars, like I think on Toyota, I needed to run it higher because the rear is so tricky on the traction zones. And you can set this mostly by the anti-roll bars. But while the body roll is controlled by the roll bar, so I don't know if this is a car. Like this kind of roll, and then you can control that also by the spring rate. So, well, the stiffer the springs are, the less is gonna roll, right? But with Isota, the rear is just not rolling at all. So you can see that the front here, because it's lower than 1, it means that the rear is rolling less than the front, which means big issues on the exit, because the rear is less compliant to the road, and then the front kind of rolls, but the rear stays stuck, and then it slides and it's super stiff. And I couldn't do well. While I'm still in here, I can show you something more. If I find it. Where is my track map? So let's say Lesmo. Yeah, it's not really visible. I think. Yeah, it's hard to see. Basically, imagine like here at 12, there is like a flat line, and if it hits 12, like on some peaks, it's already visible. Like they flatten a bit because it's hitting the packers. That was the only way I could stabilize the car. Maybe it's visible in Ascari as well. It's difficult to see. Because I went a click down, so it was doing less of that. But basically, if you hit the packers on the front... well, I mean, this is kind of... Suspension position is the same as ride height. It's just like... I mean, ride height is suspension position minus a constant. So it's basically the same thing. So I decided to just make the car hit the packers, like the corner packers, together with having stiffest front ARB and detached rear ARB, and stiffest front spring rate and minimum rear spring rate. And yeah, it was still not enough. Like for the ride height, if you mean the ride height of the setup, well, Michael I vibe. I can go with vibe only if I see the graph. No graph, no vibe. There is some, like, let's say I take this log. What is this? Oh, that's GT. Anyway, like, maybe I can quickly just... wait, how much time? 10 more minutes. I will just register and then I maybe say 2 more words about it. So intermediate, hypercar fixed, and register. Should I go with the Isota again? I mean, I don't know. We have Grigoletto in there. I mean, Isota is not slow. Well, no worries, Michael. I mean, issue is that I don't really feel comfortable like fully sharing everything that I do, because it's... I mean, at some point I could like set up a setup shop or something if LMU takes off, and if that's like a viable job or business model for me. So I don't want to give everything out or just like show the whole setup, but it's fine to explain a couple of things. Take my money, yeah. Well, it's just like the basic thing with this car. The front is just... it's rolling so much that there is no way to balance out the car except by just making the front loose grip. What you can also do would be to just put the front ride height very high, and then it would be more stable because you would reduce the aero that the front gets. But then you have no more low speed rotation, because in low speed it's kind of almost understeering. Well, let's register with this and then see what happens. But yeah, let's now see. It's gonna be a nice comparison, to be honest. Even if I'm not a P1 because of that default setup, still I'm not gonna lose much DR. Also, if you're enjoying this music, at some point it will unfortunately have to fly out of my stream, because it's fine to use, but it's still copyright like, it's not infringement, it's just like it's copyrighted, so but it's allowed to be on the stream. But if I ever wanted to like do, I don't know, monetization and so on, like all the YouTubers tend to do after they go above 1k subs. I mean, I'm not saying I will accept any adverts running during a stream or anything from YouTube. Nice crash. If I want to do that, then I will have to use non-copyrighted music. So yeah, I would need a producer and a personal DJ. Well, Fabio, I don't know. Like, I thought it would be a funny idea, but let me... I mean, I have 7 minutes to still unregister and re-register with a potentially better car. But again, it's not a bad car. I think the Alpine is worse. Low 47. Let's see. This is gonna be my first laps around this track with this car anyway. With higher rear wing it's fine. Well, let's first hope that the server loads all. Wait, is my force feedback still on? It is. Nice. Okay, so let's see the car set. Let's roast the default setups. Well, this is fine. This is a bit weird. Like, the coast is understandable because when you go into the corner with a lot of, well, the big lack of rear roll, you need a lot of coast to balance it out, but I like less coast and more preload. And then here, yeah, the camber on the front, I guess they're just like placebo clicks. And then here, like, this is not stiffest front spring. I think this is the softest rear spring. But the right high, there is no, like, no use of being that high. And then the third spring, like, there is no real use for these third springs either. And then we have 9 rear wing, that's fine. ARB is detached, that's good. Front ARB is only 3, I'm gonna put that to 7. Let's see how it drives. And the music, wrong way. And where is my FFB? Hello? I do not have force feedback. Okay. It's actually off in TrueDrive software. I think the brake force was it. Yeah, let's put it to what I had so I don't mess up my muscle memory. At Monza I had 85. And brake bias was further behind. FPS 175. It's gonna go lower when we go to race. It's not best. It's funny how this color scheme, blue, white, red, kind of works for many cars. Like, it's kind of similar livery on Isota and BMW and also on the Alpine. Well, the Alpine has a bit more blue. Where is somebody drove through me without being visible or what? Or is that thing the relative bugged? %95 brake force. Well, maybe you can use more because there is more rear wing. But at Monza I couldn't even use 85. Actually, it's understeering quite a bit. But let's warm up the tires and see the balance then. And then we can increase the front roll bar. Yeah, the Sebring bumps are not best. Here in traction zones like this you can really feel the stiffness of the rear being just overloaded or over the board. Man, it's understeering. I think now the aero balance is understeering with the rear wing 9. And also the front third spring rate keeps the front quite high up in the air, so you don't get that much downforce. And it's not really great over the bumps either. Okay, the rear is skidding. I have 2 more minutes to choose a different car. Grigoletto 45. I mean, one of my most fun races in Le Mans Ultimate was when I went with the... I even forgot the name, that old hypercar that's not one valve, Glickenhaus. I took Glickenhaus and did my best, qualified in like P20. Drove my heart out to get into top 10, I think. Lost quite a lot of rating, but it was still a fantastic race. Well, I have 2 purple sectors, but I guess the others have went out of the server and that's the explanation. The rear just instantly rotates. That's gonna be a low 47. I can do 46s. Or 45 in quali. That was full tank, I think. Yeah, Michel, I think it depends on how stiff brakes you have. Like I have in Huizinfeld profile around 40 kilograms, which would be probably... I mean, I don't have reference, but I think... Nah, I cannot really give a good reference. Those kilograms are like random. I think 40 kilograms would be like 70 in the active pedals, or it would be like 100 or 150 kilograms in Trustmaster TLCM values. So it's kind of stiff, but it's not really that stiff. So it's easy to go to full input. Yeah, I remember using the Trustmaster load cell in that Monaco Sim Racing Cup event. They had the Trustmaster equipment, and I put it to max possible stiffness that they had there. And it was like I have like a soft sponge behind my left foot. I don't know. It was like 10 kilos in the Huizinfeld. Yeah, like that's not 80 kilos. Like maybe it's 80 kilos on the load cell, but you basically don't press 80 kilos. 80 kilos is like full body force standing on it. So then the IKEA chair would not be just going back, it would like... I don't have a word for what it would do. It would just be not possible to break. Bonk. So let's reduce the fuel ratio a bit. I think 15 should be enough for the whole session. I go down on the brake force. Rear with bias. There's not much else I can click. But yeah, for that 47.2 that I did, I had full tank. So I guess I can gain a second by removing fuel. I mean, if you're happy, if you feel the braking zones well, that's perfect. I was actually very happy with my Logitech DFGT pedals. And they had, I don't know, what, 5 kilograms, like it was just nothing, but the spring there was progressive enough. And I got used to it. And I drove it for 5 years plus. And it was good. And then I got better pedals and I needed 2 months to get back to pace because I had to reprogram my brain to go from, let's say, 5 kilos to 25 kilos. I was smashing the brake, but it turned out I was still not even close to full input. Hi, Jules. Well, let's see how turn 1 goes. Interesting, Michelle. Well, I mean, it just depends on what you prefer. I used the Trustmaster T3PA pedals for quite some time, but you know that there's that rubber cone mod, which you can, like, you kind of have like some metal holder that comes with the pedals, and then the rubber cone that gets screwed into that metal. I just inserted the metal part, but instead of the rubber cone I used a squash ball. It was kind of there. Every some laps I needed to reposition it back to the middle, but it was working, and the progression was brilliant. It felt great, and it was really good. But one time it burst and just lost the pressure, and other time it just fell out in the middle of an endurance race, and I instantly lost a second per lap. I had basically gone from kind of a load cell simulation of a squash ball to a very linear potentiometer break, and that's impossible to quickly adjust to. Like, from force to position, it's you cannot do it. Like, I was locking up, I was braking too early, like I was doing everything wrong, and then we just needed to brake to bring the car into pits and swap driver early. What color of dot was on the squash ball? Oof. I have it stored somewhere. Kind of remember something yellow on there. Yeah, for the 65 kilogram spring, I don't really trust those measurements. Like, I think the kilograms are just very different compared to, like, according to the geometry of how the pedal is made. So each company has quite different final values of how much you have to press. Anyway, let's go for 2 very nice hot laps. I can brake later. You would push your chair before the pedal. I can kind of relate to that. I had used the Place It challenge seat for many years, and what I had to do in order to not have chair moving around completely was to actually wedge it between 2 walls of the room with some wooden brackets. I forgot to turn on my headlights. Unacceptable. I kind of need a bit more of front anti-roll bar, but only for some corners. That was kind of alright. 46.4. Low speed is understeery. Well, this car has some pace. And I will have another lap after this. Oh, Grigoletto 710s. That's not gonna be easy. Almost hit the apex wall. Big lockup, but somehow I made the corner. A bit too far from the apex. I think the tires are starting to give up. An improvement, but this is not easy. Sebring is so physical. With this car especially, when the rear is so stiff. Ooh. Wait, what was my fuel consumption? 3.8. Ah. I mean, it's... the rear wing kind of induces enough understeer to make it stick on the road. 100 and... what was the lap time? 106 seconds. 15 times 3.8. 57. That was for the energy. Yeah. How much fuel do I need? 57. I don't know. I take 55, whatever. I think I overfueled a bit. Okay, well, let's see how much pace Fabio has with his Toyota and how close Neil can push me with the caddy. Nice acceleration. He had the rubber line. Yeah, the Toyota has so much downforce, and he used it perfectly. But let's see how the top speeds are. Darius, it's difficult, yes. But the more rear wing you have, the easier it is. It's just the rear wing way too stiff and it's impossible to fix it. So the rear wing kind of balances it out on higher downforce tracks. I don't know, I need the rear anti-roll bar here, I think. Let's see how that works. I just need a bit more support in low speed corners from the rear. It will come with less traction, but it's fine. Too much rotation due to the apex curb. Oh, poor Gilles got crashed out from P3. Or maybe he binned maybe he binned it himself. Understeer. I don't know. How far can it go? 7? There is this weird moment of understeer for that kink. Not sure if I'm overloading the fronts or if it's something with suspension. Ah, copy Christian. So you have good funding for the road system there. That's interesting. I think it handles a lot better here, with some anti-roll bar on the rear. Alright, Christian. I see. actually an apex. I don't think I'm that far from Grigoleto's base. He's doing some little mistakes here and there. Purple sector 1, wow. Well, Daniela, what can I say? I mean, it's a kind of a clever joke, right? Well, I'm silent, and I have three purple sectors. Don't hate. Well, there is no hate. The only bit of hate is that the rear is stiff and the front is soft. It should be the other way around. Well, it could be taken a bit wrongly as well, but I'll keep quiet. Yeah, just quiet with a smile and some purpose. No. Okay. Ah, he's fast. He found his rhythm now. Yes, hello. Ooh. He lost quite a lot of time there. I need to be careful because in a situation like this you know that you have only one chance if you get it. And then it's too easy to just send it way too hard. he pulls such a gap through S1. No, 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 it's all fine. I understand. He clips the curb again. Michael, I see some philosophical thinking there. What if the slip is everything that I ever wanted? Like the peak, the perfect slip. The perfect slip angle for the perfect grip. Then I break your question. This is just such like this is the most difficult kind of race, because you kind of expect before the race that you're not gonna be able to fight for the win. But then you see that if you do everything perfectly, you might have a chance. And then everything has to be on the absolute limit. Well, Ked, I suppose. So much rear bouncing. I've seen that flashing strategy happen many times during my esports career, but I never liked to use it. He was wide, and I'm green. This is the only car that survives such lockups. If this was not the Cadillac or the Porsche or the BMW or something, I would be in the wall or in the grass at least. I need a mistake from him somewhere. In that corner I'm locking the fronts, but in the upcoming braking zone I'm locking the rears. I guess I have the perfect bias. I'm losing so much traction because of this silly stiff rear spring rate. That was fast in, slow out, with a little bit of air wash and understeer. Maybe my TC is a bit wrong. If I take that curb, I get bounced. If I don't take it, the corner is too shallow. Am I relatively slightly faster now compared to Fabio than I was in the first laps? Feels like. He's had some really fast laps, but then he did a mistake. Now he's struggling a bit. I think I have better brakes, better apex speed, but I cannot get the speed going in the acceleration zone. Crunch time indeed. Will be 3 more laps. Or actually 2 more laps. Come on. I wasn't paying attention to the motor, but well, it doesn't really matter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was Fabio. Or was that me? He did a mistake, so probably he had a glitch and lost focus because of that. Well, this has been my chance. I'm in P1. But he has the sufficient speed advantage to get me. Don't. Luckily he waited for us. Actually, I think the battery management is important because the deploy on the front axle releases out of turn 1. So the less you have on the front, the less understeer you will have. Yeah, now it's a lot better on less deploy. That number on the wheel on the LCD is wrong. But it's indeed the last lap. Yeah, I need to rotate this motor map button very slow so that the LCD doesn't lose the count of the clicks. Is my tiny pedal plugin a bit confused? The numbers on the left, like the end number, is wrong. So this end, it's not really showing how much fuel and energy I will have after I cross the line. So Fabio really lost it in the end. Maybe the Toyota burned through its tires. But there we go. The Isotta Francini, no, what was it? Freschini takes its victory at Sebring. These races at Sebring are always so much fun, but at the same time so much on the limit. All the bumps, all the rears slipping everywhere, and especially with this car having such stiff rear. A couple of times I was very sideways. And also the lockups that I had, I thought I was gonna bin it, but well, I needed to stay on the limit, and in the end Fabio lagged. Ooh, that was hard indeed. So I have 5 more minutes until the next one, so let's quickly watch the start. If there was something I could have done differently. So I guess the lower weight of Isotta and better first gear, maybe better reaction as well, allowed me to take kind of the lead, but maybe as I chickened out a little bit. I could have carried a little bit more speed, but he really carried so much more around the outside. Well, was a fun one indeed. So thank you for the GGs. A bit of skill, a bit of luck maybe. Because without this moment I would probably not be in the lead. But I will never know what happened. I guess he had a bit of a stutter and then it locked up. Like he locked up as he panicked. So I could just drive around him. Yeah, not really possible to see what happened. But after that, it was kind of simple to defend. Bonk. He could have gone quite a nice switchback out of there. But there was still an overlap. Slight misjudgment. And then I got the better exit. Hi Fabio. Great race, really good fun. What happened to you? Was it like a lag? I just saw you lagging when you locked up. So I thought you had like an internet or software issue for a moment. Anyway, what a race. And we go straight into the Ferrari, which means when it's not the game, it's me. Yeah. Gilles, what happened with you? I forgot to check. Cadillac brakes. Understood. Yeah, if I was in the Cadillac and I had the lockup at that time into the like that sector 2 slow right, I would have smashed into the rear of Fabio like crazy, most likely. But the Isota kind of likes the lockup. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't like, but it's survivable. My fellow Slovene with the DNF in lap 1. We go back to online. We go to multi-class open and we quickly register. We will take the Ferrari. What color to choose? I'm gonna take the blue one because it matches the coloring a bit better, although there is no red on it apart from the sticker. Not that many registrations yet, but anyway. Lorenzo and David going for that P1. Yeah, I heard Lorenzo is doing many races this time. He's kind of like semi-real-life racing driver. He drove supposedly for Team Redline in Le Mans Virtual. And some quite fast drivers, 1.4 of pace. But yeah, I guess for this track, it's open setup, so like I guess it's quite important to have a really good one. David is back to gold too. Nice for him. Well, Fabio, let's see. I mean, I kind of have a setup for Ferrari, for Imola, even though it's maybe not the best, because I loaded it for some other track and absolutely died. I think it was at Portimao. Yeah, I loaded the Imola setup at Portimao, and also I sent it to... We raced with Jesper and with Michi, I think, and with David. I think it was like that, if I remember correctly, and the Ferrari was just nowhere at all. 70th in the GT leaderboard. Alright, I mean... How many drivers are on there? 100 plus. That's fine. So we are launching the servers. And let's see how fast the Porsche is. And before I join the server, I need to click this one, because for the GTE I normally use the default wheel range. But as you could see, for Isota I had to go to 480 to have like the preferred speed of steering, because I think the default one is like 390, 380, and with that, like it's super nervous, and I need to open it up a bit more. Okay, the last time I drove here, it was basically a race against LMP2s. Like for 5 laps, I was just battling LMP2s before they all overtook and gapped me. But was it even like I was in top 10 like overall? There were like 20 LMP2s, but I was with a GTE in top 10 because everybody binned it. Anyway, let's see. No setups found. Now they are found. Ah, what do we have here? Uh-oh. Per GT. Let's go. Let's save it. So it's there. What do we have here? Ah, we have the Italian shouting in the background. I mean, no dampers. No work done there yet. I don't know what this is, but I hope it's drivable. Oi! Cold tires. Watch out for turn 1. Yes, I know. I have survived it many times. The famous last words. Cayenne. Yeah, this Imola turn 1 is so strange. I really don't understand what was kind of thought process behind doing it for like turn 1. I mean, a chicane, okay, but they could have gone for something a bit more raceable. But I guess 30 years ago, when they adjusted the layout, they fancied some chicanes. I remember now. In 2000 hairpin, I was entering in higher gear because the rear was just over-rotating. That has been my practice. Wait, 25 liters is a bit too much. $15 is better. Yeah, due to Senna's crash and Ratzenberger's, but... Well, they removed the chicane, right? Before Aqua Minerale, there was a chicane, they removed that one. But they installed 2 new chicanes. I just cannot help but think there is quite a lot better layout possible. I mean, the second chicane is quite nice, the Villeneuve chicane. Like, very fast entry and tricky on exit, but here it's just so narrow and weird, and like for better racing a lot of stuff could have been done, and these curbs are just way too wide, and with the GT car you can just ignore them and go almost 2 wheels into the gravel. I mean, not just with GT cars, but if you remember Lando Norris going full push to catch Max earlier this season. He was using all the width of the like the second part of the curbs even. So like then what's the point having them so wide if people are going close to the gravel anyway? Yeah, Ave about windshield. Or is it Ave? I don't know how to pronounce. About windshield, I fully agree. There were some... Actually, many times I experienced in some endurance race that it was starting to be very annoying how dirty the windshield is. Yeah, and you mean 81 to 94? Because I'm pretty sure there was a chicane in 94. And then another chicane just before the pit entry, of course. Not one, two. That's a yellow. No. Well, I have fuel. A tire still needs so much time to heat up at Imola. Crazy. Yeah, like, yeah, probably 81. And was there even a chicane at, like, what's it called? Variante Alta, like the last chicane before the last two corners? I don't think that was even there before 81. They were just going flat out. So they removed two chicanes in 94 and put them into Sector 1. So we were still on the same amount of chicanes. They liked their chicanes. Yeah, the cuts have been kind of fixed here, so I need to be more careful. Dog RF2? I don't fully understand what you mean. 74, okay. So I have two more attempts. Let's not cut. Stay green. Thank you. Alright, Doc. Well, at some point I will have to do that with the McLaren in RF2. As we will be doing the VEC 24 of Le Mans next year. I understand. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'm gonna stream on Sunday or Saturday before today. So then I decided to go for today. Understeer. Okay, that was kind of a safe lap. Let's see how far I am. Four tenths, okay. I can gain that. Also the tires are still gaining the temperatures, so it will be surely faster. No. Okay. That's not best. Still gaining 2 tenths. Interesting. No. What am I doing? Oh well. Actually, I didn't even... like, pun was not intended, but... Mr. Well has beaten me by 10 milliseconds. Well, I keep driving because I need the practice. Well, some work to do. I think I should have the pace to gain half second more. I lost here 2/10 for sure because I left Spakat. Here I had a big snap. So it should be alright. 1:34. No, wait. What was the lap time? Come on. 41. And I burned 2.5. So 25 times 60 divided by 101. 15 max times 2.5 is 37 liters. Only 37. It's not much. Do we need... No, we stay soft because the temperatures are just not rising. And yeah, it's early time. Alright. Let's see if we can get the third win. The thing is just that like the Porsches are a bit easier to drive, a bit more balanced, but they are slower on the straights. But yeah, it's not easy to drive an Isota for so much time and then jump straight to a Ferrari GTE. But alright, enough of sim racers' excuses. Time to avoid carnage. Yeah, Ferrari has been better on fuel. Like it requires less of a fuel tank. Well, there was a yellow flag briefly, but not too much carnage. I think the strength of Ferrari is the pace on full tank, like when you go into the long run. Because I remember even with GT3s, well, maybe the Mercedes is even better. It was something crazy like Mercedes needing 95 liters, Ferrari 100 and a bit, and then the BMWs needed 120 even, where like there was some big difference in how much fuel was being used. Where is all the carnage that I promised? It's been incredibly clean. So let's see now how much top speed advantage I have. Quite a bit. But I will need to be closer to him. Yeah, in RF2 the Ferrari GTE was terrible on the tires. I know because well, I drove it for that very nice GT Pro Season 4 that was official RF2 esports, and I won the championship with the car, but like the tire wear was terrible. But the thing was that the races were just 15 and 40 minutes or something like that, and the quali pace was really good and the acceleration was really good. So quali and the starts were brilliant, and then I just had to survive. Oh dear. Nice traction loss from the car ahead. Yeah, and that was not ideal. I lost a potential overtaking chance. Yeah, you can see here how much more speed the Porsche can carry through the corners. Because of the better downforce. Hi Pavel. I could be close enough here. But he will just brake so much later. I think tire pressures always needs to be minimum, but not sure what you mean. Closer this time. No, that's the latest that I dare to break. he had a fail shift or what? Not sure what exactly happened. I just heard his revs not dropping when he should have shifted. But he chose the safer option to let me go instead of defending. So that's obviously much appreciated. I'm lifting, coasting a little bit because I don't really fully trust that I have enough fuel, but I mean, I should have. Grigoletto with a little bit of a spin or slide. Now it's a drag race. And I need to be far enough ahead so he cannot outbrake me. Come on, power! Beautiful! Ooh. Well, again, had to benefit from the mistake. Really not sure if I was ever going to outbrake a Porsche into turn 1. But that was a brilliant battle. We left ourselves space and everything, and were super respectful, so... And now I'm going off track. Oh no. I'm struggling a lot with that braking zone through Aqua Minerale, which is that difficult compression, double right in sector 2. So easy to lock up. And then at the same time I lock up front right and lose the rear. Limit of grip is just so tiny. Well, I think I'm try-harding, you know. I had kind of a drivable setup, so if I loaded the default it would be maybe less than 2.5. But well, looks like we have some race pace here. But in quali I really didn't dare pushing much harder. If I go for anything more than this brake input, I think I was around 50% here. I will just lock up. No cut warning. I thought for sure for the second, or at least for the first apex, I would get a cut. I was really aggressive there. Although I was kind of sideways, so probably the rear was still within the track limits. This setup just works so well for this track, and then when I load it for any other track, it's just terrible. Really weird. But well, it's very soft and quite low downforce. so it eats the curbs really well. And has beautiful rotation in low speed. The rear just goes into the corner without any effort, and then you just turn in enough to make a nice exit. Kilabesi, I did my own setup, yes. Although I cannot guarantee it's a lot faster than the default one. I clicked through it on the stream before I went to the race. But basically it's just quite low and very, very soft. Ah, here comes the faster class cars. And straight into the gravel. I mean, I usually don't show my setup either. And then Michi has, like, he kind of works or like co-owns that setup shop. So it's not in his benefit to show anything. But to me, like, sometimes I show if I think it's not relevant enough to be kind of any importance for me in the future. And if I think I can, like, make a point on stream or like explain something, then I just I don't feel like I need to hide it. I mean, it's not really any crazy setup that I have on this car. I just like I made it kind of soft and drivable for this track, and it's quite nice. Yeah, for Himo setups, well, David, my old teammate, is doing them as well. I mean, you know, to make a great setup for a car, you need to spend a lot of time to like fully make the car, like to fully understand where is the best aerodynamic operating window and what kind of stiffness it likes the most. But I don't think anybody is doing that for Le Mans Ultimate, like any setup shop. I mean, I talk to David sometimes and I can vouch for his setups. I don't really talk to Timo that much, but well, his Le Mans setup for Alpine was insane. But I think the Isota setup that he had on Himo maybe was not as good as mine. I mean, I didn't really see it, like fully, I didn't drive it. But I say because like I worked with Himo for some months when LMU started. Have I spent a lot of time on a single car yet? I mean, I spent a lot of time on the Cadillac. I drove it for quite some time, but in the end I was still outpaced by some guy by like half a second per lap, and I thought, well, I'm completely useless. but maybe it was just the Cadillac, and it was still like one of the first cars that I properly looked into. And then, like, I don't know, for esports, you know, for leagues, even for Le Mans Virtual, you have a whole team looking into a setup and do a whole season of it. And after season, you still have a lot to improve. And then even, like, we did 2 seasons of LMP2 at Le Mans Virtual series, and after the final Le Mans Virtual, when the setup was supposed to be the peak esports setup ever produced, I had an idea. Because, well, the race was terrible because we got collected in an incident and basically lost a lap and never recovered. So we finished P7 after 24 hours, but after that race I thought, well, I need to test one more thing, and I instantly gained 2 tenths per lap, and I was like, like biggest esports event possible, and there is like a couple of clicks that change everything, like. And then, like, obviously the setup shops like him or any other shop, they don't have like 5 people or, well, even 2 or 3 people working on a single setup for a single car, because that's just not a viable business model. They just need to produce like a good setup for one car, like for the current week that LMU is running. That's kind of more balanced or better than the default setup, which is usually kind of understeery and not that well optimized for the pace. But I mean, with time, if there is 3K players on LMU and if there is a lot of money in it, then also the setup shops will also greatly improve everything. And to be honest, I still use a lot of my R-Factor 2 setup knowledge and just apply it to LMU. And mostly it works. But the tire model is quite different, so you cannot really go for huge slip angles here, and that shows in the setup. Yeah, about the chicanes, well, the softer the setup is, the better it's gonna take the curbs, obviously. But also, it's quite a lot about understanding where the track limits are. Because some curbs here at Imola you can like fully go across the first and the second part of the curb, and maybe even touch the gravel a bit. But some other curbs you cannot really use the second part. Like here you can only use the first part, but here you can run across more of it. And here you can take the whole curb, and here as well. Although it's mostly, yeah, I think now I went with 1 tire across the white line and it started calculating. I mean, with obviously 2 tires were already across the white line, but I mean with one of the inside tires. That curb gives the track limit calculation as well. But I mean, the whole track limit system is annoying. It's a lot better than most other sims, I think. But it's annoying that the way that it is faster to drive is the way which gives you green cut in every corner. And then you just need to keep looking towards the indicator that pops up to see if the green is gonna turn yellow or not. Let me just check if the fuel is alright. So it's gonna be 2 more, could be 3 more laps. I have the fuel. I think I'm safe. What do I think about camber? I think camber never really worked in RF2 or LMU. It worked on ISI tires when RF2 was released. I remember FSR 2015 or 2016. That was a yellow cut. Why? Like at Hungaroring, we just cranked up the camber to max and we just gained a lot of grip in high-speed corners, which kind of makes sense. But I was trying to look in Motec for the camber channels and to have like best kind of best contact patch and everything, but it never worked. You can surely adjust the balance a lot. If you increase the front camber and decrease the rear camber, it's gonna be more oversteery. If it's the same front and rear, it's gonna be more balanced or more grippy, but not as peaky when it comes to balance. But I mean, like the default setups in LMU suggest, it's usually best to just run the minimum values, and then if you want a bit more rotation from the front or just like more oversteery feeling, you can just go into the front camber a bit. If you think you cannot achieve it with other tricks, like, well, I mean, you have so many tools to adjust the mechanical balance, ARBs, toe, diff. Devin said they fixed it. I have no idea what they fixed and what not. But hello, David. Oh, nice rear slip. This should be the last lap. I wonder if LMU actually calculates... Yeah, because the P1 is gonna overtake me on this lap. And because of that, it's gonna be the last lap. But if I stayed ahead... Nah, LMU doesn't know really, right? LMU sometimes says 1 lap to go. And then it's actually one more after that. I have enough fuel for 2 laps anyway. Cambers kind of work. I've never tried them yet in LMU. But well, if they work, I have more pace to find, which is nice. Well, I mean, I could make it extra lap, you know. But I don't want to make myself suffer when everybody else behind finishes his race. So there goes the leader, and we take the checkered flag with him. That was a cool little race. Again, I benefited from 2 mistakes to gain that P1. I'm double checking if it's actually the last lap. Yeah, but it was, yeah. We are done. Thank you for the GGs. What happened with Fabio and Marcus? They had a big battle, I think. They dropped away quite... Wait. Fabio had a mistake at some point, but wasn't really paying attention. Lap 14. Spa next. Well, I didn't plan any spa, to be honest. I thought, because of the special event being that short, I should do another special event, but I'm gonna check if there is enough of people in there. Ooh, okay, yeah. Deadly understeer into the anti-cut, into deadly oversteer. Oh, that feels tough. Well, well caught at least, so that it didn't go into the barrier. Ah, hi Marcus. Oh well. It was alright. But I guess Porsche has some kind of issue with a little bit of stability here. I mean, you had it under control. But Fabio here, I don't understand this line. He tried to maximize the exit, but like he slowed down way too much. Hi Fabio. Oh well, I mean it was overall a good race, like we still ended up on the podium. And that was good defense, like you tried your best, you broke around the outside, tried to keep it side by side. I felt obliged to... Ah, did you get illegal overtake by this? Sometimes that red message pops out. It was close. Yeah, this one here, it's so difficult to make the entry. Let me just quickly check. I think it was here. Yeah. Ah, you upshifted, Marcus, but then it downshifted again. Ouch. And this chicane is just impossible to really battle through safely. Alright, well, let's quickly exit and see what is the situation. I mean, I felt like a noob this race as well. In qualifying especially, I was nowhere and I didn't know where the track limits are and what to expect from the car. But it was a good fun race in the end. And we we would all end up in the wall with iRacing netcode. Wait, this is the bug, right? Yeah, the bug which sends you to Sebring for no reason. Do I fancy another special event? I don't really want to do another Sebring, and this one is gonna be too long. That's gonna be across the midnight. I want to be done by midnight. Special event from the back. I don't know about that. I mean, there is not that many cars registered, and Alexei will be fast. I don't think there is enough time in 40 minutes to catch him. Well, the lap time is very close. I will try to make it interesting, you know, but I mean, making it interesting could include crashing on purpose and so on, but that's not that interesting anymore. I mean, if something fails to load, the bug is that the event that already happened shows up again. That's the bug. And then the feature that comes with that bug is the Sebring. Let's see how quali goes. I mean, I'm gonna do my best to qualify well, because well, the DR is depending on the quali performance as well. And then we try to survive turn 1, of course. and then we see. I need a little bit of a sugary snack. Alright, Fabio, enjoy IMSA. Thank you for the racing. And yes, there is a bug with UI for sure. Sometimes when you click start driving, the UI doesn't close either. Wait, controls, calibrate, off, so it's on 480. And then we load our beautiful setup. And, wait, what did we do with fuel? It's very hot. I think it should just be 2 attempts. I took 15 last time. Now let's take 14 and we will restart. Oh, it takes some time. I'll just take more fuel and keep driving for the whole session. So 3 minutes of quali remaining. And about this Isota whatever Duquine logo, like it's very blurry, and I tried to max out the details and it was still blurry. I don't know why. Like on ultra details it was blurry. A bit less than this, but it was still not crisp. So I'm not exactly sure what the feature is there. What is my take on LMU future? That's, I mean, it's a difficult one, right? I mean, my career kind of depends on that. If LMU dies, or well, just becomes like a game that is what it is, and we only get the content that we have and the online system that we have, and it doesn't get developed in 25 anymore, it at the same time means that R Factor 2 is having the same fate, and the Studio 397 isn't really doing anything on it, and that would be a huge shame, because well, it's the best simulator. I mean, it's got the best physics potential, or the best physics groundwork, or however we should put it. So it would be a really huge shame, and at the same time, I don't know. Like, I mean, we have World Endurance Championship, which is well, organized by the ACO, and ACO really kind of would benefit very much from having their own game. And I don't know, I mean, MSG's story is like, it was going to be such a nice project, like to have esports events and stuff like in all the racing series, sports in, well, IndyCar, BTCC, well, NASCAR, endurance racing. And then they just realized that they would need, like, I don't know, times 10 the personnel, and then the money just ran out. And that's a big shame. So they have a big, well, a lot of millions of debt, but, well, MSG is not a company on its own. It's owned by that Motorsports Network still, I think, which is like a bigger parent company. And but the depth is not within ACO, right? So I mean, probably the whole studio 397 could be bought by not a crazy amount of money. And then we have bigger developers. I mean, we have EA, we have ACO. I mean, it would be probably if ACO buys studio and LMU rights, they would need like some. They would need some more personnel to manage everything, because they are not really a gaming company, right? They are just organizing real-life racing. So then it kind of makes more sense if some other company buys it and makes a deal with ACO. But this is all hypothetical, right? I'm just trying to think of it, because the public perception of LMU is really positive, despite it being known for being still buggy and, well, it's early access still. But people are liking it, and then I see ACC going into a bit of shambles. People not liking the latest physics there, and then some cheating going on, and people looking towards AC Evo. And iRacing is being iRacing, and well, if you're iRacer, you enjoy it. If you're not iRacer, there's a reason for why you're not iRacer. It really has its place on the market, so I hope potential new investors understand it. I would buy it if I had the money. But yeah, I mean, it's overall very difficult to make a coherent take on it. I just don't know enough. Obviously, motorsports games will try to make it look as good as they can and try to say that, well, they are just optimizing the work processes. They had to fire people to have less resources or less money drained and so on, and just focus on the more important things. But well, then the people who are working on it are under more strain, less work gets done. The less important work is still kind of important. So it's not really great, but there is still a good bunch of people working on it, and they can produce some really good stuff. So Fedorchenko is 80 milliseconds behind. Oh, Hamza is on the grid again. I hope he learned from the previous lap 1 incident. And I'm doing the same mistake as in the previous session, bottling a very nice lap in the second chicane. But I mean, for me personally, if LMU grows, that would be like absolutely beautiful. Then I would be able to concentrate just on streaming Le Mans Ultimate, and when it eventually would have more content, that's a cut. I would have more to stream. But otherwise, I will have, like, the worse that it goes for Le Mans Ultimate, the more I will have to do iRacing. And I suppose if people stop buying content and stop doing LMU, they will have to go somewhere, and well, iRacing is the easiest path if people have the money for all the licenses. And then I lose a lot of viewers because I swap to iRacing, but at the same time I lose a lot of viewers if I don't swap to iRacing. And it's not really a good situation overall. But let's see, we have some months to figure out. And then we also see how AC Evo is doing. That was the typical Isota line through there, with a big rear snap. But it is fast. 34.5, nice. Couple more laps. I'm getting confused by these brakes. Big lockup, but I was still too early into the apex. I need to brake later, despite having already locked up. And that's not gonna be a good lap. Let's maybe pull down the tires a little bit. And have one more go. Well, the game is brilliant, really. Like, it's so interesting. Like, there is not much content in it, and it's not really that polished. And the FFB is worse than in RF2, at least, like, apparently, because, well, we have more grip in R Factor 2 cars, so we have more FFB. But it's just so much of an improvement. They just feel so much more connected to the road compared to any other sim. And it's got the brilliant, well, hybrid system. I mean, we can discuss how much of a good idea it was from World Endurance Championship to implement this virtual energy, but this is the only sim that simulates it. Imagine if iRacing just drops off their tires and just copy-pastes actual LMU physics. Ah, that was such a bad chicane. Can I fuel save to make one more lap? I think I can. I have 1.8 laps of fuel. There is enough time. I mean, should be easy pole unless Alexei and Hamza find some crazy improvement. Yeah, imagine iRacing on RF2 and LMU tires. I mean, I would jump there and I would be fast. And that would be quite something. And we would actually have everybody in... I mean, most people in iRacing would praise the change a lot. I mean, probably some would... there would always be a bunch of people who would be unhappy with something. But it will still be... Ooh, am I running out of time? 15 seconds. Okay. Should be enough to make it to the line. Three, two, alright. Well, one last attempt. and slightly deep. This chicane is so difficult. Anyway, if you hit that first curb perfectly, then it's such a nice corner, but it's so difficult to hit it. I mean, I was quite cautious on the brakes. Yeah, I was too cautious on the brakes. If you have a perfect braking point and you hit it just a little less than this, then the exit is just easy flat. I just cut it a bit too much. I think if you stay where the white stuff is and don't cut it on the green, then it's fine, but yeah, that was not great. Anyway, still P1. Setup is good. And now we wait for one more guy to finish their lap. Nah, it's already race session. Well, what's the chance of a clean turn 1? And is there something I need to click? I did click, yeah, I was on mediums. It's all fine. Hi Stefan, or Stefan. Is my wheel dash somewhere available for download? You mean this one? LCD. This is just this is I mean all the colors and the dash, it's all run through SimHub. And I basically just made a blank dashboard in SimHub and just put gear and speed, and then this one is tricky. Like battery is a channel, so you can display it, and I just put B like as a letter and then kilowatts as letter, but this 80 is tricky because this is not a channel, so it kind of, you need to know exact naming of the wheel inside SimHub. So like if I send this to you, this will not work because it's logging the clicks instead of the actual value. So like if I turn it too fast, it will not count all the clicks perfectly, but if I reset it and then go one by one, it will correspond to the actual value. But I mean, it's nothing crazy. I mean, SimHub is quite easy to figure out. But I did want to make a more beautiful dash, but it's at the same time like it can get quite complex, like English language. What was that about? Thank you, Jan. Well, let's see which position we are in after turn 1. And if the rear wing is still attached after turn 1. We have Hamza right behind me. I think Alexei had a better initial launch. Almost pulled a Piastri. Right, so now, like previous race, 3 hours ago, I had 3/10 of quali advantage as well, but in the race I didn't really have that. I'm not sure why, but let's see how close Alexei can stick behind. Where is Hamza? Did a mistake, I see. I'm on 60 kilowatts. Ah, I see. I don't know. I would need to put some filtering on that in SimHub, but I don't have enough of programming knowledge. But yeah, I rotated it too fast. I mean, I'm wondering, like, it's for sure it's registering all the clicks, but I think the physics or like the system of SimHub is running I think 60 FPS. So then if you have two very close inputs, it's not really understanding what's happening. So maybe I would have to put the kilowatts maybe on this rally shifter kind of. I don't have anything assigned on there yet. Understeer and oversteer at the same time. But I mean, the kilowatts are not that scary here anyway. And my whole dash would become bright red because I have put that warning on it in case the battery starts filling up. Too deep again. Again, oversteer in, no, understeer into oversteer. But I think overall, if my stream title says can anyone, or what did I put as a title? Can anyone tame this hypercar? Something like that. Well, I have not fully tamed it, but I guess I did a decent job at it. I think the setup at Monza works brilliantly, despite I'm running on the front corner packers in the corners. But I needed that not to have the rear to kill me. And I'm now like driving carefully, not sliding too much, and I'm still pulling a good gap to Alexei behind. Well, sorry chat, you guys did ask me to make it more interesting. But I don't know how to make it more interesting. I could let 10 people go through and then try to overtake them back, but I mean, we had 3 crazy races, three really good races with a lot of action, so I'm doing this mistake again into second chicane. So I'm happy to just gain some DR here and wind down a bit instead of having another full crazy push from start to end. But maybe Alexei find some pace as well, and then eventually he can start pushing me. But I have to say I quite appreciate this car. It's usable. It's difficult, it's not the fastest, but it's not that much of pace, and it's manageable. Still it feels a bit broken, but... But yeah, if you don't know how to stabilize your front when you do this event, just go to the suspension, go to the peckers, and put front left and front right to, I don't know, like 0.9, 1.0. And it will instantly be more drivable. At Monza at least, because, well, aero balance with the rear wing 1 is very crazy. At Sebring probably it would not work. But now I'm kind of just gently driving, kind of cruising around as if I was driving iRacing. If you discount a micro lockup here and there. But the pace is crazy. Gaining 4/10, I was not really pushing, it's so much to learn still. Yeah, like just a gentle line, no drama. And it's gonna be a 0.6. I just need to stop going too deep into the chicanes. Well, 30 minutes still to go. I would need to come up with some bedtime stories. I mean, 30 minutes is not that much. But, I mean, I suppose I'm gonna drive into the distance slowly but surely here. Because the pace seems better than in the previous event. But it surely reminds me of some race that, well, it was 24 hours of Spa. And I had to do the night stint from like 2 to 4. And before that I was on a, well, on a wedding celebrations and wedding party of some relative. And we were in comfortable lead anyway, and there was absolutely nothing happening on track. And that was one of the most difficult races in my life. Going on the straight with zero adrenaline because it was going to be easy win. But it has been a very long day before that. And then it's 3 AM and you're going flat out in a DPI. Or like in a hypercar, without anyone pushing you. and you drive 300 on Camel and the eyes start closing. And then you get waken up a little bit by Sector 2, but it was quite a struggle to keep the eyes open for all the stints then. But well, now it's only 11:30, and I knew that it's gonna be quite a later stream than normally. And I'm still just enjoying the sim racing now. Even the chicane is good, nice. Although this Ascari wakes me up every lap anyway. I have no idea how to balance out the car there. I don't think it's really possible. Would need to increase the rear wing. You see that rear slide in TC. That was quite interesting, because if you have like a flat line and you're flat out, that means that the slip TC is working, and then if you have a lot of spikes, it means that the main TC is working, or like the longitudinal TC is cutting it. Like here it's gonna be spiking a little bit. Yeah, that was this. Where is the... no, that's the power cut? Where have I put the other one? Ah, this is slip, yeah. This one is just a straight line without any cuts. But usually it's combination of both happening anyway. Yeah, now it's like a straight line in the inputs, which means that it's only from the TC slip angle. This trailing graph is really neat. Love to have it there. Messing up that Ascari. That was a terrible lap. Wow, ooh. I thought it's gonna crash, like not crash, but like throw me into a big understeer moment and a big wobble. But it just rotated like never. And now I clip it too much. That would have been like 35-4 even if I carried it on. Those anti-cuts are such a mystery. Can be saying fast to just avoid them or to take them. But for most cars, again, if you're between avoiding them and taking them, so if you just touch them slightly or at a wrong angle, then you lose 2/10. and then you need to decide on which part of that you will be, and it's not easy. It's deep again. Alexa is gonna be on my rear wing soon if I keep doing this. Did it again. Actually, it's a really good choice that I did this round at this late time, because I actually... Ooh, don't go backwards. Okay. Ah. Well, guys, now we have it interesting. But I expected the guy to roll backwards. I didn't want to crash. Okay. Survived. Well, I prefer a crazy bet like this compared to having a lapped car spinning in front of me. I went as safe as possible, but maybe Alexei feels like he got bumped off now. So yeah, what was I trying to say? About late streams, yeah, I've never done a stream this late before. And I really wanted to see how is the analytics looking like after the stream for that late time. Although maybe not, maybe it's not gonna look the best because I did the most interesting and fun races before. But here I'm mostly running in clean air without much happening, but still looking forward to the data from YouTube. Is there actually like tire temperature problem there? Because after we have gone side by side through a Ascari and put a lot less energy into the tire, I've suddenly done two purples. Well, now I did a mistake in Parabolica, but the lap time is still really fast. Figure out how to make the turn to exit. Sometimes it's too shallow and I clip the curb too much, sometimes I just run too wide. Another beautiful chicane with a bit of a moment on the exit. Another yellow flag, please don't be on the racing line. Alright. Was there a tire in the runoff area? I saw something black before I saw the car. Ouch. Should have stayed in fourth gear, but I think the slide was not caused by the downshift. I'm locking up the fronts more than the rears, but after having lost the rear almost into parabolic, I'm afraid to put the bias back. I just need to carry less speed into corners. Yeah, now I did a really clean chicane, but I lost a lot of time compared to going through the anti-cut or over the anti-cut. So that anti-cut is very important, which means that maybe there is something wrong with the physics, or maybe just the damage model is not. Maybe the damage model is missing because the suspension should disintegrate itself, or tire should get some punctures. When flying over the sausages, I mean. That was a perfect chicane, but the exit was terrible. The TC just did not engage. Yeah, that's the GT line. The GT line does not work with the prototypes. What is going on? I thought for a moment I'm going into the gravel. I'm giving this power cut 6. I had 5 before, I think. I'm going one click to the rear anyway with brake bias. So many mistakes that I have done in the last laps. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just late time and the brain doesn't want to brain anymore. And now it's better with more TC. I think I did the same with traction control 3 hours ago in the previous special. Started on 8 and 5 and then went to 9 and 6. But I'm locking up the front left or what? Because if this corner is front left and I see yellow there, which means it's overheating a lot. Maybe I would in fact need some iRacing braking strategy. Avoid the overheating and carry more speed than through the corners after the braking zone. But I mean, I should still have 3/10 advantage of pace. So if the pace is the same, it means that I'm just 3/10 slower than Alexa in P2. Which is not too great for myself. But it's probably a bit more interesting to watch, as I keep having half deaths with huge opposite lock into Parabolica. No, but this C has solved that for sure. And I have a bit of top speed advantage. What is going... I'm not making the corner. Track limits are fine. What is going on? I broke earlier than normally. Maybe I didn't break enough. Oh, that's a defense. Should be 7 laps to go. I never know if it makes sense to take that turn 2 exit curb. It's kind of flat, but it for sure offers less grip. You can just open up the corner a bit more, but then you have less traction. And I've not figured out yet where's the line. And suddenly the car is fast again. Feels like it just turned back on. And that's a 0.6 with a purple sector free, wow. Some magic must be going on in the tires. Messed up the entry again. I would need 50 kilowatt map, and then I would not need to change the map. I did pretty much the same line now as in previous lap, but lost a tenth. That lockup is so annoying. As soon as you go on brakes into turn 1, there is this big bump. This chicane is hopeless anyway. But for some reason I can kind of stay within 2 or 3 tenths of my PB, but before I was just sliding like crazy. I mean, it's 54 degrees track temp, so it makes sense that if you slide a bit too much, then the tires just overheat and they just don't offer any grip, and then you just keep sliding and sliding, and it's worse and worse until you cool them off. Somehow with this car it feels like you just have to drag the brake pedal through those bumps and just accept that it's gonna lock up a little bit. Beautiful chicane. Now I lost a little bit on the Lesmo exit because I think I just slided the rears too much in Lesmo 1. It's quite intriguing. The TC just cut off so much now. Lost a tenth because of that. Well, 3 more and then we are done. Quite funny because if you go fully around the outside of that last king of Ascari, it's still the same bumpy as if you just take the anti-cuts. was that? I thought he was gonna stay on the outside, but at some point we were just start to become closer and closer. That was too much of the sausage. Actually, I'm quite hungry. But I think I will end the evening or the night not with a sausage, but with some nice, I don't know, cereal or yogurt, or let's see. Alexa is within a second now. Well, I think I should have them easily covered. Anyway, I just have to stay clean. And as we are going into the last lap and set a purple sector free, I guess it's time to already say thank you guys for watching it. Yeah, it's been a bit of a later race, this one, without too much action, so it's been kind of a more of a cool down race with a couple of hairy moments. But yeah, I needed to try it for the data and so on. And it's a cool car anyway, this Isota. And I guess I kind of understand it now, and I would not have issue taking it for some different tracks. That Sebring race was so good. For sure I lacked like half a second of pace just because of BOP, but I turned on the esports mode and it would still not be enough to overtake, I think, without that lockup from Fabio, who was leading it for the most of the time. But yeah, if you managed to stick with me till the end of the stream, much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of the Francini balance in the end. Of the super stiff rear, but it was a nice race anyway. As we cross the line to take the maximum DR and SR, and take it into the Central European Summertime Midnight. Well, escape music on. And let's check the DR, and then I guess Michi has not streamed today, right? I think Michi will stream tomorrow, if you guys will want to watch some Le Mans Ultimate, if you're not driving it tomorrow. But I think I will have Michi in my inbox wanting a little bit of setup information. Especially after my pretty good performance lap time wise. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you Juninho and Mario and Jan. So try to get these results generated. Why is this taking so long? Although, I mean, yeah, it takes a little bit. I escaped right after I crossed the line, so some cars are still going for it. This one is not going to, yeah, this one is not gonna work. I just wanted to check the leaderboard, double check the lap times. Alexei was actually quite fast. I think it was just overall about having the feeling and the balance, and it's so easy to lose the rear, and probably he had quite many moments as well. Like the sectors are all very tight. I just have like half a tenth in sector 1 and sector 2. He has a little bit more in sector 3. And that's because I struggled quite a lot with Ascari and Parabolica as well. Or maybe it was just like a messy lap in the end. Do we have... It didn't tell me yet that the results are up. But they are. Rank breakdown. +5. Alright. Wait, how much did I gain in the previous one? Hello, why are you generating the results of the old race? So, the old... Oh, I mean the... Ah, okay, 10.4. But here we had a lot more... a lot higher strength of build. So anyway, that's gonna do it for now. I wish you guys all a very good night. Thank you again for the likes, for the chat, and so on. Well, see you next time. Bye. Bye.